Hey, welcome in here on the REKAP YouTube channel here on behalf of ESPN 1000's coverage tonight of the NFL Draft 2023. I'm David Kaplan. Tell your friends, dial it up on YouTube. We're going to have Jaquan Brisker here in a little bit. Kyler Gordon is going to be here. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer, our great broadcast team. And our first guest will be here in just a little bit. It will be Tom Waddle, former Bears standout, and Mark Silverman of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. I'm David Kaplan. Please hit that subscribe button right here on our REKAP channel and click that little bell, and you'll get the notifications anytime I publish on our REKAP channel, which is 7 days a week. We do recaps after every Cubs, Sox, Bears, and Bulls game. And, of course, we do a daily sportscast Monday through Friday, REKAP Rush Hour. And tonight we're live here at Soldier Field as the Bears get ready for what we hope is a historic draft. And hopefully this is like 1983 when they plucked multiple Hall of Famers and put them on the roster, and the next thing you know, they're Super Bowl champs in the 85 season. Let me talk a little bit about what we're seeing. There's a lot of rumors. There's a lot of smoke out there of who's going where. I'll give you a couple nuggets at the start. There is a very strong rumor that the Tennessee Titans are going to trade up to number 3. They're also going to get DeAndre Hopkins in that deal, give up the 11th pick and a ton more draft capital, but assume all that money that DeAndre Hopkins has left on his deal. And then Arizona would pick at number 11 and get additional picks to fix their roster. Quarterback, obviously, is going to go number 1. That's why Carolina made the trade. Everyone believes it's going to be Bryce Young until some goof went on Reddit yesterday and said, oh, yeah, Will Levis is telling friends and family he's going number 1, that he's already been told. I don't believe it, but that's why we watch and that's why we tune in, and it should be really, really cool tonight when the commissioner announces that the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. But I do believe it will be Bryce Young from the University of Alabama. And then we talked about number 3, but at number 2, I think Houston's going defense. I really do. Unless they find an amazing trade partner to get out of the second pick, I believe they are going to take either Tyrese Wilson or Will Anderson Jr. I've heard both. Both those guys fit a need that get to the quarterback, and new coach DeMeco Ryans is looking for somebody to be his Nick Bosa for the Houston Texans. And then at number 4, the Indianapolis Colts, as they've got the music going here at Soldier Field. This is sold out tonight. They had 5,000 tickets, and all 5,000 have been sold. Our radio station's been broadcasting draft coverage since Jonathan Hood and I were on this morning. It went from us to Carmen and Yurko, who are in Kansas City covering the draft, to Waddle and Sylvie, to this coverage here. We've got White Sox baseball as well on AM 1000, 100.3 HD2. At number 4, what does Indianapolis do? They've got to get a quarterback. They have to get a quarterback. Will they get Will Levis? That is what the latest scuttlebutt is, that Will Levis is going number 4 to the Indianapolis Colts. Seattle is probably, for me, the first real wild card. Do they take Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia? I've been clear. I've said it on the radio. I've said it here on the channel. I'm not taking Jalen Carter under any circumstance. I don't care if he slides to number 9. I am not taking him. Boy, that is one noisy band that we got to deal with. I'm not taking Jalen Carter under any circumstance. Post your comments right here on YouTube. Tell me what you think, but I am not taking Jalen Carter because not only the drag racing incident, the fact that he showed up for his pro day and couldn't finish his workouts and had gained 9 pounds of fat. I just think there's too many red flags. If you don't have a motor, as Hall of Famer Dan Hampton said to me, or as Alex Brown, a Super Bowl Bear, said to me, or as Rod Marinelli said, you cannot teach that. Guys don't learn a motor. So I'm going to pass on Jalen Carter. Others, like Tom Waddle and Yurko, they would like to have him. I don't agree. The Lions pick at number 6. Now, the Lions are all in to try and win right now. Do the Lions end up taking a corner like Devon Witherspoon or Christian Gonzalez? Do they take Jalen Carter if he slips past Seattle? Do they take an edge rusher like Tyrese Wilson or Will Anderson, whoever slips? Nolan Smith is another possibility there. Or do they take a quarterback to develop behind Jared Goff? There are still people that don't believe in Jared Goff. I think they take a player that impacts their roster this year. They have a chance to have a special season. They're that good. So I believe they're taking either a corner or Jalen Carter or a rush end. That's what I think they're going to do. At number 7, the Las Vegas Raiders. They would love to get Anthony Richardson. I can tell you that because one of their coaches said to me, he's the best quarterback in the draft, and it's not close, is what he said. That's not me saying that. Don't come back at me. I'm not saying it. I'm saying that's what the Las Vegas Raiders believe. Do they take Anthony Richardson? By my calculations, he'll still be on the board when that pick comes at number 7. At number 8, you got the Atlanta Falcons. Do the Atlanta Falcons dare go running back like Bijan Robinson? I would never take a running back that high, especially on a team that is not ready to win. Atlanta has had their struggles. You told me the Eagles did it. They lost Miles Sanders. I get it. I would not take a running back in the top 10. That's why I wouldn't take him if I'm the Bears. I think Atlanta looks at Nolan Smith, the rush end from the University of Georgia. He's from Savannah, Georgia. He's a local kid. I think it all makes a lot of sense. Then we get to the Chicago Bears. Now, many of you out there, when we've asked this question on the radio on ESPN 1000, many of you have said, oh, Jalen Carter, got to take Jalen Carter. If he's there, you got to take Jalen Carter. I just told you why I would not take Jalen Carter. I would love you to post your comments right here on YouTube, why you would or wouldn't take Jalen Carter. Again, with Dan Hampton, Rod Marinelli, Alex Brown all tell me they would not after watching the tape. I'm with them. Yurko, he's all in. Tommy Waddle, he's all in. And when I have Waddle and Sylvie here in a little while, I will ask them that question and you can see their answers right here on the Recap channel here on YouTube. Philadelphia then follows the Bears. But what do the Bears do if they can't find a trade partner? Me? I'm taking Paris Johnson Jr. That's my first choice. Give me an awesome left or right tackle, plug and play from day one, and if he's healthy, he's there for 10 years. That's the guy for me. Paris Johnson Jr., offensive lineman, Ohio State. The other guy would be Nolan Smith. I got to be able to get to the quarterback. The Bears were the worst team in the NFL at getting to the quarterback, so why would I not take a guy that can sack the quarterback, put his hand in the dirt, also play will linebacker? I would take Nolan Smith. He'd be my second choice. Paris Johnson would be my first. At number 10, the Philadelphia Eagles. How do the Eagles get the 10th pick? Because they make intelligent trades. Made a deal with New Orleans. They end up getting New Orleans' pick. And the Eagles have a few needs on their team. They lost some of their defense to free agency. They lost their running back, Miles Sanders, to free agency. They would like to draft another corner. What do? A lot of smoke that they are going to take Bijan Robinson. I think they're taking Nolan Smith if he is not taken by Atlanta or Chicago right in front of him. If he is, then I think they go offensive line and take Peter Skoronski. At number 11, if the trade that is being bandied about with Arizona coming down to 11 and Tennessee going up, if that trade goes down, I think Arizona's taking an offensive lineman. And if the Bears don't grab Paris Johnson, he does not get past the Arizona Cardinals at pick number 11. Houston picking at 12. This is part of the Deshaun Watson deal. So they have 2 of the top 12 picks. I think they take a quarterback if there's one here. If Anthony Richardson or Will Levis are still there, they might take him. I just don't know if a quarterback is going to get that far down in the draft. If there is no quarterback that they want, then Jackson Smith and Jigba makes sense. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah, makes sense, or an offensive lineman because they've got a really good left tackle in Laramie Tunsil, plug and play another one on the right side, and you fixed your tackles for the next 7 to 10 years. That might make a whole lot of sense. Then you have where it gets real interesting. Green Bay's come up 2 spots in the Aaron Rodgers deal. They need receivers. The funny thing would be, and I'd love your thoughts on this, the funny thing would be all these years with Aaron Rodgers and they never draft a receiver in the first round. What if Jackson Smith-Njigba is sitting there on the board and they take a receiver for Jordan Love, but they wouldn't do that for Aaron Rodgers? I would find that very, very funny. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah, Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, also could be in play at pick number 13. 14, New England, they have called the Bears about trading up. Peter Skoronski makes sense at this pick if he is still on the board. There are a lot of people. I had lunch with Adam Hogue today, who does a great job on the Bears beat. Adam has Skoronski as the number 1 offensive lineman in the class. I have Paris Johnson Jr. number 1, Skoronski number 2. I also love the kid from Tennessee who can play tackle. So you've got a number of ways that you can go. Darnell Wright, Kalijah Cansey, the defensive tackle from the University of Pittsburgh. He's not rated as highly as Jalen Carter. Alex Brown believes he's the best defensive tackle in the draft, and that's who he would take if he was the Bears at pick number 9. I think you can trade out of 9, trade down, and then be able to grab a guy like Kalijah Cansey with pick 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, right in that sweet spot. And if that's who I want, Paris Johnson, man, right there. We've got to address the offensive line. People are all yelling names, and most frequently, I'm hearing Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State University. If you go through and look at some of the other guys that are going to be on the board, Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle from Georgia, very good player. I don't believe he's quite at the level of the other 3 tackles listed ahead of him. There's a lot of good players out there. My hope is if Bijan Robinson slides, there are people that believe he's not going in the top 10. I'm not sure I agree with them. We'll let it play out. But if he's still sitting there at 22, 23, 24, I would love to see Ryan Poles then zoom back up and grab an unbelievably talented player. I'm just not taking him at pick number 9. Too many other needs that have to be addressed. Where does Anthony Richardson go? Because I can tell you, I was in Las Vegas in early March, and there's an NFL coach sitting at the blackjack table with me. He's an assistant. We start talking, and I said, who's the best quarterback in the draft? Is it Bryce Young? And his response to me is, no, can't take a guy that small. He said, it's not close. It's Anthony Richardson. He's just not ready to play right now. He said he needs a couple of years of seasoning, but then you could have a monster on your hands, was what he told me. He's also not the biggest Justin Fields fan, so I take what he says with a grain of salt. But in terms of the quarterbacks in this class, he believes that Bryce Young is too small. He said he will not last. That's his take. He does not think anybody but Anthony Richardson is an elite quarterback in this class. Next year, he said Drake May and Caleb Williams. Now, those are big-time quarterback prospects. We'll see where it all goes. And as I go through the rest of the first round, I'll give you another guy I love. Zay Flowers, Boston College wide receiver. And when Tommy Waddle comes down, I'm going to get his opinion because he was a Boston College wide receiver. Love to see what he thinks of this young man who I have projected to go in the first round, maybe somewhere between 15 and 25, right in that sweet spot. Maybe the Chargers, who might have to move on from Keenan Allen or Mike Williams after this coming season because of salary cap issues, well, why not get a guy who can play with them for a year and then slide in and be your number 1 receiver? Zay Flowers from Boston College. Also, there was other news today in the NFL. If you missed it, Lamar Jackson has gotten his contract finally. He's got almost $200 million guaranteed. The deal's worth $260 million. It's a 5-year contract, so the Ravens have their quarterback, so there will be no draft day drama about Lamar Jackson getting traded tonight. And then Aaron Rodgers did a real good thing for the Jets. He agreed to convert all his money coming up this year, with the exception of $1.16 million, into a signing bonus, which allows them to get cap relief off of it. So his base salary this year will be $1.16 million. That's it for a franchise quarterback. But if they don't reconvert that next year and extend the deal, they'll have a cap charge of $107 million for Aaron Rodgers next year. $107 million. That is a crazy amount of money. So we'll see how they do. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I think the Jets could win the Super Bowl, personally. They got a ton of talent. So we'll see where that all goes. To wrap up the first round, Lucas Van Ness is a guy the Bears have done a ton of homework on. And today, Nolan Smith said the Bears and Eagles did the most homework on him. So are they going to take a rush end is a big, big question up at Hallis Hall. Again, I'm not taking Jalen Carter. I know they need a 3 technique. I think I can find one of those in the second round or trade back into the first if Kalijah Cansey's still on the board. But to get a rush end, the Bears are putting a lot of work into getting a guy like that. Quentin Johnston's another wide receiver kid from TCU. I think he goes later in the first round if he doesn't slide into the second round. I don't think he's a great prospect. Jackson Smith-Njigba's a guy that's been banged up, missed most of last year, but he was really good in 2021. But that's a guy, my producer, Shay Norling, on our morning show, Kappa J. Hood. Shay wants him at pick 9. No chance I'm taking a receiver at pick 9 because next year we've got 2 number 1s right now as we sit here, the Bears pick and the Carolina Panthers number 1. I want to find a way to get Marvin Harrison Jr. That is where I'd like to go. We're going to have Waddle and Sylvie coming by in a little bit. I do have my boss, Danny Zetterman, who, when he was producing the show, Danny would always have his sports opinions. Now he's a suit, and he doesn't want to give me his sports opinions. Stays back there with the management. Take a quick time out. Waddle and Sylvie are going to be on set with me. Then Jaquan Brisker, Kyler Gordon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer. I'm going to have them all throughout the night right here as the Bears get ready to make a historic first-round pick tonight. Be right back. All right, welcome back in here on YouTube. And if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I've got the Waddle and Sylvie show from ESPN 1000.
Where's our individual heaters at? Freezing my ass off.
Oh, stop.
It's beautiful out here.
Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle. So, Jalen Carter, I would not touch him. And
well, he probably hopes that you wouldn't touch him either if he was here.
Probably right.
Right.
Probably right. I was asking Dan Hampton. I did an event for Old National Bank for the station the other night with Hamp and Lance Briggs. Hamp said, I've watched tape on this kid. Doesn't have a motor. Can't teach him motor. Wouldn't touch him. Alex Brown this morning. Nope, I take Kalijah Cansey of Pitt over him. What do you guys say to that?
Well, it's hard to argue against two ridiculously accomplished players, especially Hamp's a Hall of Famer, and that's not a shot at Alex. It's just reality is Hamp's one of the best that's ever done the job. I will turn it around and ask you, do you trust Ryan Poles? Do you like Ryan Poles?
I do.
If Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus and Ian Cunningham and the brain trust that resides up at Hallis Hall is comfortable with Jalen Carter, do you trust them to take him at 9 if, in fact, he's there?
You
stop that over there.
Yeah. I personally don't think they would do that.
Well, we're going to find out. That's going to be fun.
That's going to be awesome fun. Like,
but
I'm not
what
the
if they
biggest
do
draft
take
guy, but I
Jalen
am
Carter
tonight.
What if they do take Jalen Carter at 9 if he's available? If Seattle decides we're going to take a quarterback, Detroit decides we're going to take a cornerback, Atlanta does what Atlanta does, which doesn't make sense quite frequently, probably drafts a running back. Is that you that said, oh, that was you? What if they draft him at 9?
Some of the great poker players in the world said, if you don't know who the fish at the table is, you're the fish.
Well, but I mean,
if he's that good, why is he sliding all the way down and all these teams passing him?
There's been a lot of good players who have slid down. Why did Randy Moss slide so far down? I mean,
Warren Sapp.
Yeah, I mean,
Laramie Tunstall.
I was on the Bears beat when Randy Moss slid down, and they thought the safe pick was Curtis Enos. He was a Mr. guy. I told this story on the air before. Sir this, sir that. He put on a show. He wasn't that guy. He was bad, and he wasn't a good guy. And Randy Moss turned out to be good. Look, I think the Bears are as well equipped to handle someone like that with, I always say this to you, Cap, it starts at the top. With Ryan Poles, with Matt Eberflus, with a guy like that. Would I be nervous? I'm still nervous. I'm not telling you that this is a slam dunk. There are things that make me nervous about this. But if they walk away with Jalen Carter at 9 with the talent, and after trading down when they got DJ Moore, a first-round pick for next year, a second-round pick this year, that to me is pretty damn good from what you parlayed the number 1 pick into.
My bigger concern isn't going to be the off-the-field stuff. I'm not saying that they shouldn't take that into consideration. They certainly should and have done their due diligence.
By his pro day.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not even worried about that. What I'm worried about, does he love football? Like, does he love football? Does he want to get out there and sack quarterbacks because it's what he loves to do? Like, people could suggest to you that Warren Sapp did this or did that leading up to the draft and cost himself draft position. I'm very comfortable suggesting to you that Warren Sapp loved playing football and loved getting after quarterbacks and ended up being worthy of being the first-round pick that he was. Every one of these picks comes with risk. I mean, how many first-round picks actually truly reach the expectation level that is set for them? So, I mean, I guess what I would say to you is while Hamp's evaluation leaves me concerned, at this point, I'm trusting the front office up at Hallis Hall blindly, admittedly, that they are going to get it right. Now, if they decide not to take him, or I will ask you this, would your evaluation of Jalen Carter change if Pete Carroll and John Schneider take him at 5?
No.
So you still...
I would still not take him.
Okay,
here's my question. You covered those locker rooms a lot.
Yeah.
As did I, but you were on that beat a long time. Olin Kreutz Peanut Tillman, Brian Urlacher, Lance Briggs. Like, they ran the locker room.
They don't have that now.
Exactly, and that's what concerns me about Jalen Carter.
Right. Like, Tremaine Edmonds was one of the youngest captains ever for the Buffalo Bills. He was, a captain at 21? So, look, I like having him inside that locker room. As a former first-round pick with a lot of pressure put on him on a winning Buffalo Bills team, but they don't have those guys. I like Justin as a leader too, but they don't have those guys. Again, I think there are a lot of pitfalls that could happen. There's no guarantees. I'm with you on a few things. I didn't like what happened on the pro day. I didn't like after what happened to the combine. I wanted him to get to work, put himself in shape, and to show out on his pro day. Instead, he was in less shape, gained more weight.
Right.
And Todd McShay told us it's more than just that too. It was him threatening about transferring. I'm going to go into the portal. There have been lots of different things in his past that make me nervous. To me, though, there's still so much on the upside that would intrigue me about taking him at number 9.
And listen, I mean, maybe the blind faith won't be rewarded, but I look at what they've done.
Is it blind faith though? Like, don't you? I think they're going into it with their eyes wide open, doing.
Well, I'm saying my blind faith in them as an organization to do it the right way. I like how they handled trading the first overall pick. I thought they did a really nice job. I don't think that I'm not one that believes that for closer to the draft they could have gotten more. Okay, but maybe you wouldn't have gotten more. I liked what they got. I liked the approach that they took this year to the season. It's very difficult for a first-year general manager to come in and consent to a total rebuild, which was the only choice in my opinion. So we'll find out. Look, there are so many different needs for this organization that if you tell me they'd stay at 9 and they draft Paris Johnson Jr., offensive tackle from Ohio State, I'm going to be fine. If you tell me that they draft Jalen Carter at 9, yes.
What if they take Nolan Smith, who is a leader, big time?
I heard your stories about him. I've heard them on.
Does he fit the defense? I mean, what position is he going to play? Can he play defensive end?
I interviewed him here, and I said, can you put your hand in the dirt at 239 pounds? He said, sir, I'll play anywhere you tell me to play, and I'll play really well.
I know, that sounds great, but when you put on the film and he does line up against, Laramie Tunsil, is that just smoke? Is that smoke, or can he actually do it? And I don't know that he can or he can't.
Right.
I'm just telling you, you've got so many positions of need right now. If they come away with a guy in the trenches,
what if
I'll be happy.
You wake up tomorrow and that you're coming into work.
I know
the
what
Bears
you're
have
say.
taken Devon Witherspoon or Christian Gonzalez.
We like, what if one of the top corners slide to them? I mean, it's good. Corners in this league are really, really good. Like, I don't think, again, that there are too many things that would make me upset. We were even talking about, I thought you were going to ask us about Bijan Robinson. Like, and I've heard you never know. I would not be like, it wouldn't be my favorite thing, but as Waddle said, he's not flipping over a table. There's still a part of that that would intrigue me. There'd be a lot more. I want
He's
them to
amazingly talented.
Yes.
Look, if you told me that Bijan Robinson comes in and is an every down back who not only can run the football exceptionally well, he's a dynamic receiver. He can also pick up a blitz, so he's solid in protection, and he's a difference maker. Then how could I be angry? It wouldn't be my first selection of this draft.
Me either.
But if you told me he can change the way defensive coordinators prepare for you, it's not the worst thing in the world. I agree with Carmen and Yurko that running back isn't a position you should take that high. I think the position's been devalued a little too much. I still believe that there's value to an every down running back that can do everything exceptionally well.
What if you look up at 22, 23, he's still on the board, and Ryan Poles trades back up? Would you be cool with that?
I don't love giving up assets. I want them to keep picking good players. They need lots of good players. I want them to get even more. I'd like them to trade back. Like, one of my two things that would make me really excited are Jalen Carter at 9. I'd have still some curiosities and questions, or one of the offensive tackles on a trade back. If you trade back and get another second-round pick.
And get Darnell Wright.
Yes.
I like that kid.
Or one of the 4, like Skoronski. If one of the 4 that you get, if you could get one of the big 4, I'd be happy with a trade back.
I would be surprised at 9 if Jalen Carter's gone at 5 to the Seahawks, 6 the Lions, unless they have Paris Johnson Jr., one of these tackles, rated significantly higher than the other 3.
There's some talk this afternoon that Paris Johnson might go 3rd.
Yeah, but Arizona now, the talk is could be trading with Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right.
So if they decide, look, that we've got all of these guys rated comparably, then and Jalen Carter's gone, and I'm talking about the offensive tackles, then why wouldn't you try to find a trade partner, somebody trying to move up, get a little extra draft currency, and draft your tackle somewhere between 9 and 17?
How far would you go down? What if it's 17? Would you go that far?
Down to 17?
Steelers.
Isn't that where we've heard you got to draw the line on the
I didn't
Steelers?
think that's where they said. It may be 15. It depends on what you're getting in
15
return.
would be the Jets.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just how far you'd go back. What am I getting in return? Like, I didn't think that Ryan Poles was going to trade the first overall pick that early unless he got a deal he couldn't refuse. What if somebody comes to him at 9 and gives him a deal that they look at and value as I can't refuse? I do find it hard to believe, though, that they're going to go from 9 to 53 without selecting somebody else.
Agreed.
So however
Totally
that
agree.
unfolds, I believe that, like, if they stay at 9 and they get Jalen
Okay,
Carter,
so if
I think they'll move up somehow in front of 53 to draft.
Mike
again.
Tomlin calls you, you're Ryan Poles. All right, I want 9. I'm getting Paris Johnson Jr. He needs him. I'll give you 17, and I'll give you your 32nd pick back. You doing it?
I would do it.
Heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because then we've talked about this on the show. The 32nd pick is the first pick of the second round.
Correct, because Miami lost their pick.
And so now you're sitting there on day 2 with the first overall pick on day 2. Now maybe you could even trade back from the first pick because everyone's reconvening. There could be another team who goes, I got to have that first pick because there's another guy on the board that has fallen that I want. Maybe it's the Bears who says, I've got to have that 32nd pick because now this guy has fallen and we're going to take that guy. Or maybe there's another team who wants that 32nd
Well,
pick.
Hendon Hooker might be on the board.
Maybe now you could turn 32 into now 38 and 45, or you know what I mean?
Well, now what you do is you control day 2 of the draft the same way you controlled day 1 of the draft
Right.
with the first overall selection.
So
So
now
it gives you a tremendous amount of leverage.
That would be
amazing, right?
Amazing.
Like you're parlaying multiple good players in the second and third round.
Look, I think there's a great chance that we come out of tonight's, the first round of the draft, and they have found somebody that will be a difference maker in the trenches, whether it's on the offense or the defensive line. And if they come away and do that, then I think it's been a tremendously successful evening. I think there are very few scenarios that I've played out in my mind that would leave me unhappy.
I'm just hoping he finds a way to trade down, get a good player, one of those 4 linemen. I'd be cool, and gets another first-round pick for next year out of it.
I don't know how you do that.
Another first-round pick.
Yeah, I don't know how
Let me
you
ask
do
you a
that.
question. What do you do? You're a wide receiver. Darnell Mooney contract at the end of this year. He wants big money, and he's a good player. Do you trade Darnell Mooney?
Well, again, there's no untouchables on that roster. I mean, if you're willing to give me something that, again, I can't turn down, but I don't see that as a likely scenario.
I mean, is anyone trading for Mooney
Yeah.
as he's hurt? You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
He's coming off of surgery. I think the rest of the league looks at Darnell the way the Bears do. He's a really good player, but he's not a 1.
Like he's
So,
a really good 3 on a good team.
yeah, it's, like a 2+ or a 3 maybe. Like, look, I think, again, I thought don't underrate what DJ Moore means to the 2023 draft. To me, I've watched a lot of film over the last week on the existing receivers that are eligible tonight. I don't see one that will have a better career than DJ Moore.
What do you think of the Boston College kid, Zay Flowers?
I actually believe
I
think
him.
he's the most complete receiver in the draft. I really like Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's played 95% of his time in the slot, which isn't a negative, but he plays in space. Like, you can't kick him outside and expect him to beat press man coverage and do all that other stuff. I think he'll have a fantastic NFL career, but I don't look at him and see Justin Jefferson. I do think the only knock against Zay Flowers is he's 5'9" and 185 pounds. But he could separate at the line of scrimmage. He can play in space. He's played inside. He's played outside.
He's good.
He's a fantastic player.
That's you, 5'9", 185.
And he runs a 4.3 40.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Draft night 1989?
Yeah. Was draft day.
Did you have a party?
I did, but it wasn't surrounding the draft. It was just me and my college roommates. I think we were hammered playing golf in Newton, Mass. I knew I wasn't getting drafted.
Nothing has changed.
Right.
He's still hammered on the golf course.
I was hammered. I want to say there was 3 days. Because it was 12 rounds. I was hammered every day. I mean, look, how else were you going to handle the situation? Everyone else is throwing draft parties. I know I'm not getting drafted. What do you want me to do? Sit around and bellyache about it? No, I'm going to go play golf and have some drinks.
So when did your phone ring?
It didn't.
No, to sign you as a free agent.
I didn't. I called my agent after the draft and said, all right, you know what we expected to happen. Just get me in a camp and let me get an opportunity to compete. I didn't hear back from him for like a day and a half. He called me like the next day, and I was like, Brad, what do you think's going on now? There's 30 teams in the league. And he goes, I got a bunch of teams that are really excited. You know, we're going to take our time here and figure out what's best for you. I go, all right. So I don't think I talked to him again that night. I talked to him the following day, 2 days after the draft. I said, okay, what's going on? Still working on some stuff. Don't worry about it. I mean, the reality was nobody wanted to sign me. The only team that would sign me was the Chicago Bears. And the only reason they signed me was he also represented a priority free agent receiver from North Carolina, a kid named Randy Marriott. And basically, my agent told Bill Tobin, I'll make sure that Randy comes, because they were interested in Randy. He said, I'll make sure Randy comes to you, but you got to take Waddle. And Bill Tobin's like, wait a second. You're blackmailing me for one priority free agent receiver so that the other guy can have a spot to land?
That's not a blackmail. That's an enticement.
Okay. Yeah, that's just an agent doing his job.
They said, okay, we like Randy Marriott, so we'll take the other guy. So that was how it all went down. But now my agent didn't tell me all of that. My agent basically, when I signed with the Bears, was like, they can't wait to have you. They're really excited.
See, that's a good agent.
It's going to be great.
When did you find that out?
I found out. Bill Tobin told me probably in 91 when I was starting for the team. He was like, I don't know if you know the true story about how you made your way here. We were impressed with you as a player, but we just thought you were too small and too slow, and that the next level would be too much of a jump for you.
We were impressed with you.
So he's like,
we were impressed.
So I went back to my agent. I was like,
Marriott.
He's like, what do you want me to tell you? You know, I didn't want to crush any dreams. So
but you made it.
I have a better story. I mean, that story. When I was a free agent in 94 and I was leaving here, my father-in-law was still doing the games for the Patriots. So we played the Patriots, and Parcells was the coach of the team at the time. I was cooked. I mean, I had nothing left. But at the end of the year, my father-in-law was like, you know what, I want to talk to Bill. Maybe we can get you to come up to New England and be like some kind of a homecoming. I said, Gino, whatever. So like free agency starts, and he calls me like a week into free agency, and I had no, dreams or expectations. He goes, you know what, I talked to Coach Parcells. They love you. He said, but right now they're focused on their money and their attentions on X position or other, whatever it was, probably not going to work out. So it's like, Gino, don't worry about it, whatever. Well, I mean, he told me a year later, he was like, he sat and talked to Parcells. He goes, Gino, I'm going to be honest with you because I love you. He goes, the kid's done. He can't play any longer. So, I mean, that was basically why the Patriots weren't interested. It wasn't because they were focused on other positions. It was because Parcells looked at me and said, he can't play anymore.
Cooked. But then you signed with the Bengals.
And then I retired three days into minicamp. I didn't have anything left.
You were done.
So I was done.
So in terms of the devaluation of the running back, I was listening to Carmen Yurko earlier, and I'm with you that it's gone too far the other way. I still think they need an upgrade in their running back room, Dante Foreman, because I don't think Khalil Herbert's very good in blocking. So I would take a running back, just not that guy at that spot. Would you?
Maybe later. I have no problem, but I don't mind their running back. Like Deontay Foreman rushed for over 900 yards when taking over for McCaffrey. Khalil Herbert averaged what when he was healthy. I don't mind what they have. Like I think they're good, and Justin's going to run. Hopefully not as much for what he did this year, but I like their attack.
I'd like to see them add a guy who's got receiving skills and pass blocking skills. I think Foreman's a really good runner. I think he runs hard. He's big. He's strong. He's not a receiver out of the backfield. I don't think Khalil Herbert is a good he's a fantastic runner. I don't know if he's going to have 50 catches. So if you have Foreman and you have Khalil Herbert and you add a guy that could come in and give you change of pace, wide receiving skills.
Could that be Velus Jones? Would they reposition him a little bit?
Who's that?
Velus Jones in the backfield?
Travis Homer's also a kid that's going to play special teams and has some receiving skills. Has a fantastic speed as well. So, no, I think they got some options. I wouldn't be disappointed at all if they added a back.
Would you draft a quarterback? Because I would.
Yes.
I want a developmental. He doesn't have to be a second rounder. I want a developmental guy, not named Tyler Bray or Nathan Peterman.
It's funny. We were talking to Thayer, and I think Thayer was the one that said
Stetson Bennett.
He said Stetson Bennett was. They're not surprised because with Purdy, what happened with Brock Purdy, there's kind of a shift in the mentality. I think now that teams will, in fact, draft quarterbacks later, not at the top of the draft, but guys that have had success. 3 and 4 years of experience so that if the starter goes down, this isn't something new to the guy you bring in. And I think that's where a guy like Stetson Bennett comes in. Like, I get it. Stetson Bennett doesn't physically overwhelm you, but if you're a team that has a chance to win and for whatever reason your quarterback goes down, maybe you slide in someone who's had tremendous experience and a lot of snaps at the collegiate level.
Is it important, though, to have a quarterback who plays the same way your starter does?
Yes.
Like Tyler Huntley plays like Lamar. PJ Walker plays not as good as Justin.
Yes. You can't have what you had last year. And I think, isn't Bennett athletic? Bennett's athletic.
Stetson Bennett?
Yeah, he's athletic.
You're not going to run the same offenses here, but yeah, he's more athletic than I think people think.
He could drink with Waddle too,
no doubt.
The kid at UCLA, right? Dorian Thompson-Robinson, he plays not as well like Justin plays.
He does. I'm not spending a draft pick inside the top 5 rounds on a quarterback.
Well, I was thinking 4th round.
Yeah, probably a little later than that for me. I wouldn't be opposed to it at all, but I'm not using one of my top. I'm probably 5th or later.
You hear that?
They love you, Tommy Waddle.
He said, "I love you, Tommy Waddle."
Oh. Was that you, Danny Zetterman? Was that you that said that?
No, it wasn't Zetterman. No. There was also, can I paint a picture? There was also, it was a father and I think his 2 sons. And he was standing here. He didn't stay long. Waddle jersey, 87. 2 sons wearing Justin Fields jerseys. Yesteryear, modern day. Wow, it was a sight to behold.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That is cool.
Do your 2 boys who I see in the neighborhood
they have Waddle jerseys, but they're Jalen Waddle jerseys.
Jalen Waddle.
Yes.
And they're Dolphins jerseys.
We have a Jalen Waddle jersey.
Yes. Do they wear Fields jerseys?
Yes, they are not. This past year, they were all aboard the Justin Fields. Once they met him in training camp, and I told them, you're going to love him. He's really, really good. They became Bears fans, and they love the Bears now. And then they met him a second time at Deer Path Inn on Christmas Day, and he spent 10 minutes with them, and he could not have been nicer on Christmas Day. And he didn't know who they were. I didn't say anything to them, and he treated them like gold, and it's what you want to see. Like, you want to root for a guy on the field, and then when you see them treat kids like that, it makes you a bigger fan of them.
Right.
and they love the Bears now, and they can't wait for the season to start.
With that said, for his 8th birthday, was it Braxton's 8th birthday?
Or
7th birthday. I tried like hell to buy him a Jordan Love jersey just to bust Dad's balls, but they didn't make them.
A lot of fun. That's a
So
lot of fun.
I got him a Cubs Nick Madrigal jersey for his 7th birthday.
It was an authentic, and it fixed.
Yes,
I
I think Nick wore it earlier in the day, and then I gave it to Braxton.
So, you know the little park in our complex?
Yeah.
Because people don't know, Sylvia and I live in the same development. When you come through as his Uber driver, I'm coming through one day, and there's Braxton hanging on my door with the window down. Go Green Bay! Your team sucks.
That was
Yeah,
he
all
didn't
over
say
me.
sucks, and that was like 2 or 3 years ago too.
That was 2 years.
He's been
ago.
reprogrammed.
Yes, they have.
He's been reprogrammed.
I'm trying to get them now on the Cubs bandwagon. Now
Are they both on the Sox band?
Yes, they both like the Sox.
I knew Mason liked the Sox.
I'm like, I think this is the door's open, but I've been having a tough time.
Braxton reminds me of like a fullback, like Kyle Juszczyk. That's who he is.
Yes.
Mason is the guy calling the game.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's Kyle Shanahan,
Yes.
and he's calling plays for his brother Kyle Juszczyk.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
good.
Are they trading Trey Lance?
I wouldn't be shocked.
What do you get
Well,
for him?
didn't they sign Sam Darnold in the offseason?
They did.
I think if they got the right currency for him,
What could they get for him?
you're not getting a first-round pick for him.
No
I mean,
shot. So
a
that goes
high
down
second?
as
I
a
don't
really
know.
bad trade.
You would think, yeah. They gave up, 3 ones? I thought they gave up.
went 12-3 and threw in 2 extra
2 ones.
ones.
It's a lot to give up. I never warmed to him. Now, granted, I didn't see much of him. I saw a couple of preseason games, and you could kind of tell, like, he was throwing heaters on slant routes and throwing medicine balls on hitch routes. I mean, like, he just didn't have a good feel for what type of pace to put on the ball depending on the route. It just seemed like the game didn't come natural to him.
All right, here's a question. I texted this to Yurko. I was blown away by his answer. If I told you that Walter Payton or Barry Sanders were in this draft, and I can tell you they're going to have the same career they had, Hall of Fame,
all right.
top 5 ever, would you take them with the number 1 pick?
Yes.
The number 1 pick, Barry Sanders or
Walter Payton.
in this draft? Absolutely. Yeah.
Yurko said he wouldn't take him with number 32.
Well,
I wouldn't take
if you're
him in the first
guaranteeing a
round.
Hall of Fame career,
I told him that.
or what's behind door number 2, an undersized quarterback.
Right.
Come on.
Listen, I think that Walter's the most complete running back that ever played the game. I think Barry Sanders is the best pure runner of the football I've ever seen in my entire life. So, I mean, Walter could block, receive. Like, Walter, I think, had like 8 or 9 touchdown passes as well.
He did.
Like, I would, if you told me that you could get Walter Payton as the first pick of the draft in 2023, I would, and guarantee me he would have the same career that he had, of course I'd draft him. Yeah.
Yeah, I was blown away. Johnny, like, kid wouldn't take him with any first-round pick. Really? Like, I think he's gone too
He's
far.
dug in on the running backs are overvalued. He really is.
Right.
Someone was saying Jim Brown's the best. That's what the guy was yelling.
That's
Jim
okay.
Brown.
I mean,
Like, Jim
it's-
Brown's in the photo. Of
Yeah,
course,
I mean,
you know?
it's a subjective evaluation. I mean,
Gale
I
Sayers
can't
was
I can't
amazing.
yell at you if you think Jim Brown's the greatest running
Emmitt
back of all
Smith.
time. I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm just gonna tell you that my opinion is I think that Walter's the most complete back of all time.
Best teammate you ever played with.
Wow, I played with some great ones. I mean, I got a chance to play with Dent and McMichael and
Tell the
And
story.
Thayer
I'm sure
and-
you and Sylvia have talked about it, of Dent yelling at the offense when they came
that
off
was
the field.
that was classic, and that was weekly. I mean, like, it was just so bad. Our offense was so bad. There were times when they would have just taken the ball away or stopped the team, and we'd be running onto the field, and Dent would yell at us as we were running onto the field as an offense, just hold him. We'll be back to finish him off. And he'd run into the huddle like, wait a second, we're on offense. He's on
Hold him.
defense. He just came out. We're on offense. And he was right. I mean, if we were a little more potent on offense, we would have won more games.
Who was your OC?
Greg Landry was my OC for a good period of the time I was there. I want to say the majority of the time. Ed Hughes, I think, was my receivers coach, and I think that Greg was our offensive coordinator. And then it was Ron Turner when Wani came to town. I liked Ron a lot. I thought Ron had some really good ideas, and I appreciated his football acumen.
Who's your favorite coach to cover?
Bears coach? Well, I mean, I had Wanstead and Jaron, and then first year Lovey. So
You left the beat after Lovey's first year?
yes, and then JD took over.
You would have loved covering Ditka.
I would have loved covering Ditka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, it was. I'm sure it was a show every single day.
It was must watch. Yeah. Every night, because you remember the sportscast growing up. They'd be 5 and 6 minutes long.
Yeah,
every night they ran Ditka stuff, yelling at Brad Palmer, Don Pearson. It was amazing.
Like the Wanstead, the 2 years at the end, I had 96, 97, and 97 and 98 were terrible. I was on with you two down the dial. Cap, you were hosting post game. I don't even know if Waddle was there. I've tried to bring this up with Waddle. You guys are doing the Bears post-game show down the dial. I'm on the field in Miami. The Bears are 0-7, and I'm on live with you guys as they win in overtime for the first win of the season. You talk about covering a truly horrible team. I mean, that year in 97, the Cubs start 0-13. You're living in the van. I'm covering an 0-7 Bears team. What a miserable Chicago sports year.
Oh, my God.
And then in 98, they stink again. And then, Dave McGinnis is supposed to be the coach of the team in 99. They botched that.
Were you there?
Yes, I was there. And
Okay.
we're trying to chase Dave McGinnis down the road to the Deer Path Inn, and he leaves the building. And then God bless him, Dick Duran was such a nice man.
Great man.
And I love the 01 team. Like the 01 Bears is a special place in my heart. Because in that defense, I don't know if I was telling you or talking to some of my friends. The 01 Bears, everyone talks about the 06 defense, and they're great and great defense. The 01 Bears defense is one of the most underrated Bears defense ever, because you had a young Brian Urlacher, Roosevelt Colvin, really young, Warwick Holdman, Mike Brown, Tony Parrish, Walt Harris, Peanut. I think Peanut was a rookie on that team.
Did you have Ted Washington on that team?
Ted Washington, Keith Traylor up front, creating the holes for Urlacher to swarm with Philip Daniels. Yeah. So that was a really good defense. And those two Mike Brown interceptions.
Oh, I remember watching that with you we were doing the Three Bears. He was at the game.
Yeah.
Mike Brown against Cleveland, right?
Yeah, first it was San Francisco. T.O. alligator armed one of the passes, and it goes off of him. Brown runs it in, and then they come from behind against Cleveland the next week.
Against Tim Couch.
Yes. And then we got to go. But the really funny story to end it, one of our fans called in. Our fan is out to dinner. He's wearing a Mike Brown jersey. Someone taps, and he's out to dinner after they beat Cleveland. Someone taps him on the shoulder and goes, "Hey, how'd you like that finish over at Soldier Field?" And it was Mike Brown saying that.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
Pretty cool for the fan.
Really cool.
That's good.
All right, boys, keep up the great work. That was a lot of fun.
Yes.
We will take a break. Jaquan Brisker is going to be here. Kyler Gordon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer. Bears will be on the clock. Oh, I don't know, right around 8:15 or so. We'll see what they do. Be right back here on the recap. Recap, REKAP. I'm David Kaplan from ESPN 1000. We are your home for Chicago Bears football. That's Kyler Gordon of the Chicago Bears.
How y'all doing?
All right, so a year ago,
Yeah.
I'm doing this TV show. I'm on, and they said, all right, Bears are on the clock. What are they doing? I said, they're taking Kyler Gordon of Washington. Take us to that moment. Who calls you? The phone rings. What is that like?
Yeah, so I've just been waiting the whole time for the phone to ring, and finally I feel a buzz, and I'm like, oh my God, and like, I'm a little shook, and I look at it, and I'm like reading the number out, and I'm like, where's this from? Where's this from? I see the caller ID, it says it's from Illinois, and I'm like, dang, Chicago, I'm about to be a Bear. Answer it, it's Ryan Poles on the phone, and he's like, you want to be a Bear? And I was like, I'd love to. So yeah, from there it's history, and I'm glad where I am.
So you go through the whole process, and I talked to Nolan Smith from Georgia. He said, oh my God, they're talking to my elementary school teachers.
Yeah.
He said they do a deep dive on who you are. What was that process like?
Yeah, so like meet a lot of teams and the coaches, they want to check out your background, your history, you find out what kind of type of dude you are, how well you would gel with our team and stuff. So, it's a very in-depth dive into who you are as a person and stuff like that, just to make sure they got the right kind of guy.
So when you are going through all this, is it a fun process? Are you nervous? I can't do anything because I got to make sure this is my life.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking from time to time, but like overall, like I just taking in the whole entire thing and just know that this is the dream and what I'm thankful to be at, and I just enjoyed the whole entire process, honestly.
What is that like when you come in? They bring you in for a 30 visit. They can only bring in a certain number of players.
Yeah.
Did you visit Chicago?
I did.
And take us through that, like 2 days you're here. What do they do?
Came here, got to learn a lot of the history, learn about the new staff, got to meet all the coaches, Eberflus, Poles, all of them, just like amazing people. And you can definitely, that was like one of the first things I felt when I came here, was just like the atmosphere, just like the coaches and who they were and the type of people they were. And so like, they gave me a good feel, and that's what I did. Kind of like scoped out the whole Hallis Hall the first day. Just had a lot of meetings with the coaches and enjoyed my time here, and I loved it.
They don't work you out, right?
Nah, not here.
Nothing physical.
Nah.
But do they test your football knowledge?
Yeah, most definitely. They signed me down with the DB coaches, wanted me to drop all the plays and stuff like that, see what I know, and just kind of perform mentally.
So I'm watching, John Gruden had this show called The Whiteboard. Did you ever see it?
I think I have.
So I'll tell you who he said is the smartest quarterback he ever put on the whiteboard, but he would draw a play, flip it over. Now you can't see it.
Yeah.
And he talked to you about, Kyler, tell me about this, and you did that, and tell me about your life. And then all of a sudden, all right, now tell me what the play was on the other side.
Yeah, they definitely did that to me.
They did that to you?
Yeah, multiple times.
Okay, so when you see the play and then they cover it up, is your mind going, okay, I got to remember the protection and the coverage and
100%. I'm like, this is this is that, this is that. And as soon as they show me or they ask me a question, I just flip through. I'm like, yeah, this is what it is. Got it.
So he said the smartest quarterback till this guy came in was Steve Young.
Okay.
And then he said, I brought Jameis Winston in, and he's the smartest guy I've ever put on the whiteboard, which surprised me.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
I've seen him play. He seems like a very smart dude from what I've seen. But, out of all of them, you can say that.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
How complicated is it to go from a great program, University of Washington, one of the greatest Bears, and one of my dearest friends, Olin Kreutz, is in the Hall of Fame there.
Yep.
He was a Bear. He still lives in our town.
Right.
Like when you get picked by the Bears, people stay here. They don't ever leave. They live here because it's such a great place.
It is.
And we love our athletes. How tough was the transition, Washington to the Chicago Bears?
As far as like just the setting itself?
No, the speed of the game and playing in the NFL.
Well, like nickel was kind of like new for me. Ish. I played it like my last year, and so like they threw me right in there. I played a little corner to start out with, and then they threw me in. They're like, yeah, you're gonna play nickel for the team. So I was like, okay, bet. So I was learning the inside, I was learning the outside, I was learning our defense while on top, trying to learn the opponents. So a bunch of like learning and stuff like that. So really just had to be on my film and get up to the speed. And once I got comfortable with what I was doing, I got comfortable with the game, and I just kind of started to take off from there. Really.
So as you go through, like you're the star at Washington, and draft day is coming up. Where am I going to go? It ends up Chicago. Will Anderson just went second to the Houston Texans. They did not take a quarterback. How about that?
Wow.
Oh, he went third?
Three?
Did we have a trade? So who went second?
Okay.
All right, C.J. Stroud goes second. Will Anderson goes third.
Okay.
Does that surprise you?
Nah.
Does it?
Nah. He's a good player. What's up? Whoever wants to be a Bear. That's what I'm gonna say. Whoever gonna help us for real.
He's not gonna let somebody go. Oh, you didn't want me.
I'm not gonna write nobody off.
So
bear down.
When you get to the NFL, how complex is it? Because we all sit and watch the games. How did he miss that? How did this happen? How complex is it?
It's very complex. Like a lot of people think it's very simple, but there's a lot to it. And honestly, the more intelligent you are, and the more you can dive into film, the little statistics or whatnot, film breakdowns that you can get. Like it's a very game for intelligent people. Like it definitely helps how you play the more you study. So it's a very complex game. Very.
Okay, I keep hearing from people I trust. Justin Fields has an amazing work ethic. And when you see that, what does that do to the rest of the team if they see the number one guy doing all of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. I would say like he really just sets an example. So everyone that sees what he does as an example, wants to go and follow and kind of do the same things, whether they, create their own different routines or see what he does and pick little pieces from what he does and add it to whatever they have. And so it's definitely inspiring for everyone on the team to be like, hey, this is one of our leaders. This is how we do things. This is like the standard, and go about it like that.
First thing you bought once you got your money?
Just some clothes and some cars.
Did you get a car?
Yeah.
What'd you buy?
I got a AMG.
Pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
So as you're thinking about this, you're going through Washington, and it becomes pretty clear, I'm going to play and I'm going to make money at this game. I'm good at it. And you keep working hard, and now you get drafted. You're picked by the Chicago Bears. Oh, my God, I'm in the NFL with a chartered franchise. You walk into the car dealer, like, had you already envisioned in your mind, here's what I'm getting?
A little bit, yeah. At first I was just trying to, in my head, trying to decide, what's the best, like, financially to get, don't want to do no dumb decisions and stuff like that. But, yeah, I had my eye on that for a little bit. And so I was like,
you got to reward yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was really my first reward for myself. So, yeah, that's like my trophy card.
Right. Then you get the second contract.
Yeah, we're going to wait for that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Who is your favorite teammate to go have dinner with?
Oh, my favorite teammate to go have dinner with. Honestly, I just like when all the DBs get together. I mean, we all like bounce off each other. We all got our own personalities and stuff like that. So, I like being around Eddie, Jaquan, all my guys. Really.
So you guys will all go out to dinner together?
Yeah, we'll have our own little thing at the house. We'll have like a little get together and stuff like that. Good group of guys for sure.
Your favorite food?
Favorite food? I like soul food. I really like Cleo's.
Down the city?
Yeah, that soul food spot. That's really good. I love that shit.
You have a pregame tradition, ritual, superstition? Michael Jordan, nobody knows this that isn't from here. He wore his North Carolina practice shorts under his Bulls uniform.
Really?
His whole career.
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Damn. I am kind of superstitious. I just like to create like my own routine and like follow it straight through. And if I don't do that, like it'll mess with my head a little bit. So I just like keep my routine, get up at a certain time, eat the same thing every single time. I always have my pasta every single time before I go to bed, wake up, French toast, and we good.
And you're ready to go.
Yeah.
How cool is it that Aaron Rodgers is now a New York Jet?
Yeah, would have never thought, but it's crazy.
Part of me wanted to see him stay there so we could beat his ass.
Yes.
But the fact that he's out and the Bears are going this way is pretty cool, too.
Yeah, I'll take that, too.
What was it like playing against him and playing in Lambeau?
It was amazing. That being my second game, really being able to see, like that elite of an NFL quarterback. Definitely one thing I noticed was the zip he put on the ball. Like, he can really throw that thing. So, going against him, I was happy, and hopefully we cross paths again.
So when you say the zip he put on, he's 39 years old.
Yeah.
Still
He's
got it.
Yeah, throwing that thing.
Was that a shock?
It was expected, but it's one thing to see it, and then there's one thing to be in person. It's like happening to you.
Shoo!
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming. Did you get to tackle him?
I didn't get to tackle him, nah.
Not in either game.
Nah.
What do you think about this team coming up this year?
I'm really excited. I definitely see we're building a lot of chemistry as far as the players together, and really being able to get to a level where we trust each other, and that's going to translate to the field most definitely. And we're spending a lot of time becoming more detailed and becoming a disciplined team. And so I got a lot of hopes, I got a lot of expectations, and I think we're going to reach those for sure.
Yeah, I feel like, boy, Eddie Jackson, Brisker, you, Jalen Johnson. I think they might add an extra corner in the draft. That's as good a young defensive backfield as there is in the NFL, right?
Most definitely, yeah.
So you got to be excited.
Most definitely not. We're going to take some things away. We're going to have a rush. We're going to have coverage. It's going to go hand to hand, a bunch of sacks and a bunch of interceptions. So I'm excited. Dang.
Anthony Richardson gone at what, number 4?
Dang.
4.
Number 4?
There you go, Anthony Richardson off the board.
Okay.
So I'm in Vegas. I'm playing blackjack with my wife a month ago, early March.
Right.
Guy sits down. Turns out he's an NFL assistant coach.
Oh.
And I said, who's the best quarterback in the draft? Bryce Young, right? He said, no. He said, and it's not close. Anthony Richardson.
Really?
He said he's raw. It's going to take 2 years, but he is a beast.
He is. His athletic ability is crazy at the quarterback position. I'm excited to see what he does. He got some talent.
He's raw, but he's super athletic.
Yeah, very.
Is there a player in the draft, not that you necessarily want on the Bears, but is there a guy or two in the draft that you go, I want to see where that dude goes because I like the way he plays?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the dudes. I was watching that. I was like, he's definitely going to change the game of the quarterback position, and I want to see what he does, because this is definitely the dude I was looking at, most definitely.
There were
a lot of people are sleeping on him, so.
Yeah.
But they're saying he kind of like the sleeper of the draft, he's raw. I'm going to see, you're going to have to build him up a little bit, but I think he's going to take off.
So we've gone 4 picks. We've had 3 quarterbacks off the board.
Yeah.
Bryce, CJ, and now Anthony Richardson. What do you think of Will Levis?
Will Levis? I think he's a good player. I'm excited to see what he does too. He has a good career in his head. He had a good career at college. He's going to be a good player as well.
Have you seen some of the weird stuff he does?
Nah, I haven't.
So he puts mayonnaise in his coffee.
Oh.
Isn't that horrible?
I feel like I heard that. That's so nasty.
Awful.
I don't know how that works.
And then he does not unpeel his banana. He eats the skin too.
Oh, yeah.
He's a weird dude.
I want to hear the interview and what his reasoning is, what it tastes like. I got to hear that.
Like,
that's weird. That's funky.
It's funky.
Very funky. Yeah.
All right, Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter.
I would not take him. I know he's wildly talented, but I question his motor. And people have said to me, if a guy has a motor and the skill, I can teach him everything else he needs to know. If you don't have a motor, it's tough to teach it. What do you think of a guy like that? He's an unbelievable talent.
I wouldn't say he doesn't have a motor necessarily. I really go off his tape. I see a lot of his tape, and he's a huge, large individual that's asserts his dominance on a lot of opponents. So honestly, I like the way he plays. What I've seen, he's very big and destructive, and I think he's a good dude, good player. Yeah.
I'm hoping that the Bears add a big-time offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Paris Johnson Jr.
Johnson, I was just about to say, yeah.
That's the guy.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if he'll be there at 9, but I look at a guy like that, and I feel like he's got all the measurables, the long arms. He's big, strong.
Most definitely.
He's a beast.
Big beast.
How'd you like to have to go up against a guy like that?
I think that'll be good. I'd definitely be good for the offense. Another guy to protect Justin. And I know he'll do a good job out of it. They're both from Ohio State, so, they got that little tie to them, and it'll be a good little thing for us.
Were there times you're on the sideline and Justin breaks a 65-yard run against the Lions or whoever it is, where you're almost, I know you're staying locked in on your assignments, but you're like a fan, my God.
Oh, yeah. Every game, I'm just ready for him to bust some 80-yard run out, and I'm like, dang, he's breaking at least 5 tackles every single time he does it. So it's here's another crazy highlight.
These fans, I mean, it's
I
amazing.
got you.
It's amazing the support the
Yeah,
Chicago
I love
Bears.
it. I really love this fan base. I love how much they care. I love how much they come to like support the games. They fill out the stadium every single time, and they loud, and I love it.
Right. And all they want is a team that wins.
Yeah, we're going to give it to them.
Can you imagine what it will be like when you look, you go, wow, Poles put that guy there and that guy there, you're there, and this team wins? This city would be electric.
I'm trying to electrify it for real. I'm trying to turn it up, amplify, bring it back to the city.
Where do you spend your off season? All here?
No, I go back and forth, back to Washington, where I'm from, see family, train there for a little bit, and I just definitely go back and forth from
So
Chicago.
I was just in Seattle seeing my son who lives there, my daughter-in-law. They live in Bellevue.
Yeah,
It is a beautiful city.
very beautiful. That's like one of the best parts near Seattle. Yeah,
And where did you grow up?
I grew up north of Seattle in the Little Marysville area, and then I kind of moved all over. So like Seattle, Snohomish, Lake Stevens, a bunch of different spots.
What made you pick the University of Washington?
My coach, there was a good coach there. I just thought he would prepare me best for to be a DB, and a lot of tools and a lot of techniques that I feel like I needed to add to my game, and definitely helped me in my career.
What have you enjoyed about Chicago? Besides the soul food restaurant,
I mean, I love all the food here. Like that's like my favorite thing. Like
pizza,
I love the pizza.
deep dish.
Illuminati is.
Serious?
Yeah, but most definitely.
My wife's one of the heads of that company.
Really?
Yes.
And that's my thing. I love Illuminatis.
I gotta hook you up.
You got to.
Absolutely.
I need it.
Ship some to the house.
Yes, I would love that.
Hey man, I appreciate you coming by, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The Bears are going to be on the clock before we know it. Now it's Seattle. Do they take Jalen Carter? I don't know what they do.
We're gonna see. You think they are? I don't know.
We're going to find out, but they've got a minute 40. I'm going to keep you until they make that pick.
Got you.
You have a prediction what they're going to do?
What are they looking for? They're looking for a D-line. They're looking for defense.
They're looking for defense, so they could. Tyrese Wilson's still there. I love that kid.
Yeah,
Love him.
good dude.
I'm a big Nolan Smith fan from Georgia.
Okay, yeah,
Beast.
he's another good dude. I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Nolan Smith looks like something that they would do. I could definitely see them doing that.
Or, of course, Jalen Carter sitting there.
Like I said, I wonder what they're gonna do with all the things that you're kind of saying about, but
It's going to be
definitely a possibility. Definitely.
right. And then you got the Lions, who are looking really good.
Yeah.
They're loaded.
They got a lot of players now.
So there it is. The pick is in.
There it
So
is.
we're going to find out what the Seahawks do. I'm going to say they take Tyrese Wilson from Texas Tech. That's my pick.
I'm gonna say
But
no. I'm
the
gonna say
two
Nolan
top
Smith.
corners in the draft are both sitting there.
They are.
Devon Witherspoon from Illinois.
I don't think they need him. You think they need it? You think they need one more? I'd be surprised if they take a DB.
Yeah,
They could.
Christian Gonzalez is there. Jalen Carter, Tyrese Wilson.
Yep.
Or do they go offensive line and take Paris Johnson Jr. right off the board?
Nah. I think we might need him.
I mean,
Let's see what they
if
do.
you're Ryan Poles, you're sitting there going, don't take my guy. Don't take
literally.
my guy.
I know they wait. They got all these different plans for whoever gets taken and stuff like that. So
Right. Have you been able to go into the war room and see it?
Nah, I haven't been able to at all. They're kind of like, they're really secretive about it. They got their own little plan. They're hiding it to themselves. I haven't heard nothing. So I'm curious what we're going to do.
They lock it down because
Yeah.
they don't want anything to leak.
Yeah, literally.
Right. So you and I are gonna talk about this pick, and then I will let you go.
Yes,
When
sir.
do you start minicamp?
Right after this, I think the rookies will have their own little rookie mini camp, and then when the vets will
You
come
don't
back.
have to deal with that.
Yeah, no,
anymore.
I had that last year. I'm done with that. I'm done being a rookie. No more rookie jobs. No more carrying the helmets. No more rookie dinners and snacks.
Did they make you pay for rookie dinner?
All that.
How expensive?
They didn't go too crazy on us. I got to split it with Jaquan Brisker, so it wasn't too crazy. They're kind of nice.
They were okay with you, because I heard the one team they faked the bill, gave it to the two rookies, and the bill was $100,000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
and then they go, "No, we're kidding."
There's no way I'd do that ever.
Oh
That's
my
crazy.
God! You're like, wait a minute.
I'd be mad. I'd
much.
pass it back to them. I'd be like, I'm not doing it.
Right, exactly. Here we go. The pick is in.
In the green room.
He's saying it's going to be the
Witherspoon?
corner. Guy out here saying it's going to be
They're
a
gonna have
corner.
Witherspoon and Tyreek. Tariq Woolen.
Is that who is that? Will Levis? Seahawks selection. First round, 5th pick. Come on, Commissioner.
What is it doing?
Don't you dare say Paris Johnson Jr.
What they about to do? Yeah, I got you. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh!
They took a corner.
Damn.
Jalen Carter is still on the board.
Wow.
How about that? Number 1 corner from the University of Illinois.
That's wild.
That's wild. So now Detroit gets their choice. Tyrese Wilson to play with Aiden Hutchinson or Jalen Carter in the middle of their defense.
I mean, they got Aiden Hutchinson already, so I could definitely see Carter. Carter would be a good pick, I guess.
Put him right in the middle of your defense.
Yeah, blow it
Pretty
up.
crazy.
Blow it up.
Well, I appreciate you taking time.
Yeah, no, thank you
You're
so much.
a good man.
Yeah, appreciate you, Cap.
There he is, Kyler Gordon,
Appreciate
Chicago
y'all.
Bears.
Thank you,
We'll
guys.
take a time out. We'll be right back. Okay, so the Bears are on the clock, I believe. And I'm hearing a rumor, my phone has pretty good sources in here, that the Bears are going to trade out of that pick. Yes. So let's see how far down they go. I think there's a chance they go back one pick and Philly zooms up to get somebody they covet. I don't know who that is. We're going to find out because the Falcons are about to take, get ready for it. Here it comes. You're going to be surprised. Bijan Robinson. There you go. Running back is off the board. So that means Jalen Carter is sitting there at 9, and I'm hearing we're trading out of that pick. For who? No shot. Us? No chance. No way. We're taking Carter. Before we go back to 16 for I'm going to bet we're going back one pick. I think. Does anybody have a question they want me to answer while we wait to see what our Bears do? Am I a betting man? Only on days that end in a Y. Who's got a question? I'll be glad to. Is Shohei Ohtani a Cub? This is about the Bears tonight. But the answer is, he better be. Just come up here. Danny has a microphone and you can ask a question. We've actually got a wireless. So if you have a question as we wait for the Bears, who are now on the clock, but a little birdie's telling me we're going to get a trade back. Yell me your question. You're telling me that we're going to have a trade. You're telling me that we have a trade back. What would you rather have? Say again. You're telling me that we're going to have a trade back. What would you rather have? I've been clear on the air, and it drives my boss crazy. I would not draft Jalen Carter. How many want Jalen Carter? How many don't want Jalen Carter? So I don't know if the trade goes down and it's, let's say, Philly, who's one behind us. Philly will give you something to let you come up to 10, or to our pick to 9, from 10 to 9. Is Jalen Carter the guy they want, or is Jalen Carter still there at 10 and Philly's coming to get something else? That is the question. We don't have to worry about me losing my mind over taking a running back at number 9. He wants Darnell Wright, the tackle from Tennessee. I'd be A-okay with that. He did. He wants Peter Skoronski from Northwestern, who some people think's the number 1 tackle in the class. I thought it was Paris Johnson, personally. Philadelphia? Philly? Is the trade with Philly? He said that the trade had gone down, but he doesn't know who. I want offensive line. The Eagles have traded pick number 10 and a 4th rounder to go up to 9. The Eagles have got the Bears pick, and we got an extra 4th round pick for going down one selection. I got no issues with that. Just keep adding good players. Now, who are the Eagles taking is the question. I'm saying, are they taking Jalen Carter? We're going to see. I have always believed the Bears would not take Carter. We're going to find out right now. So Bijan Robinson off the board. Christian Gonzalez. So they would get the top corner left on the board, and that would mean Jalen Carter is still on the board. Our guy Danny Zetterman, our director of content, he wants Jalen Carter desperately. Correct. All right, we're waiting on this pick from the Eagles. Here we go. The Eagles zoom up to 9 for an extra 4th-round pick to the Bears. And they select Jalen Carter off the board. So Jalen Carter is an Eagle. That tells you all you need to know about Ryan Pohl's evaluation of Jalen Carter. He did not want him. Too many questions. You can't do that. If a rookie GM, you can't do it. You got to hit a home run. No. Great talent. Too many questions. If I'm the Bears, probably Darnell Wright or Skoronski. All right, so what do the Bears do now at pick number 10? Do the Bears do they trade again? Or do they take Peter Skoronski? Or do they take Darnell Wright from Tennessee? Or I'll give you a name. They've done this kid. I interviewed this kid. He said the Bears have done the most homework along with the Eagles. Nolan Smith, University of Georgia. We are going to find out here in a few minutes what the Bears decide to do. This guy wants Michael Mayer. I don't want Michael Mayer. I don't need a tight end right now, sir. No shot. Again, Jalen Carter goes off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles, who traded up to get the Bears pick. You've got to think you get a 4th-round pick. It's another guy that makes your special teams, and hopefully you can develop into a player. Who else has a question? Anybody got a question? I think Christian Gonzalez is still on the board, right? He's still available. Who do I want? I would take right here either Darnell Wright, Skoronski, or Nolan Smith from Georgia. I love that kid. Nolan Smith's a Khalil Mack style player. He's a beast. And he's an amazing leader. We need leaders in the room. I don't know how much farther you want to trade back. 16? Patriots are 14, aren't they? Packers are at 13. 13, Jets 15, 14's the Patriots, I think. So the Bears will now be on the clock, and we will see who the next Chicago Bear is, unless we make another trade. You hearing anything? By the way, Jaquan Brisker will be on stage with me in 7 minutes. Again, when you get a chance, please click that subscribe button on the YouTube page, REKAP. We appreciate you greatly. You already did. You're awesome. Appreciate you. You're the man. Thanks. Please tell that guy, because that's my boss. Right there. And that's my other boss. He's the ultimate boss. That guy right there. My favorite boss? Probably that guy. Favorite Chicago athlete of all time? That one's easy. Michael Jordan. Leave him out of it. Anybody that plays for the Chicago Cubs. I'm a Cubs guy. Go Cubs, go. So is everybody happy that Jalen Carter's not a Bear? Sad? It would have been great controversy tomorrow to talk about Jalen Carter and the Bears. But now, here we go. The Bears pick is in. There you go. There you go. It's all about Justin Fields. What if they do All right, so it's all about Justin Fields because they just got him a right tackle that Louis Riddick says will be an all-pro within 3 years. That's a solid pick. Again, we'll have Jaquan Brisker here in a couple of moments. We'll get his thoughts on his newest teammate as the Bears have an offensive lineman. We'll take a quick break on the channel. We'll be right back with Jaquan. Okay, Jaquan Brisker of the Chicago Bears is going to join me up here on stage. And we'll try and get some questions in for him as well. You can also tweet them at me at the Kaplan. Great to see you, Jaquan. Good to have you here. So, perfect timing. The Bears have just picked an offensive lineman who Louis Riddick says that guy's an all-pro within 3 years. He's a monster. What do you think?
I think it's
Have a seat.
Okay. I think it's a good pick. I think he'll help us. Definitely, we need an offensive lineman, so it's definitely a great pick at 10.
And it's all about number one, so it keeps him clean.
Yep, exactly.
So take us back to a year ago. And I'm reading on all the different prospects, and a friend of mine who scouts in the league says that kid at Penn State, he's a linebacker in a safety's body. You're sitting there waiting to get picked.
Yep.
Take us to that moment and your cell phone rings.
So I'm sitting there talking to my teammate, PJ Mustafa, and, trying to get my mind off of the draft and things like that. And then next thing you know, I see a call coming from Chicago. I'm like, okay. So I answered the phone, and then it was, coach, it was Ryan Poles, and, or head coach and things like that.
He says, do you want to be a Bear?
Yep. He said, this is Chicago Bears. And he was like, you want to be a Bear? I was like, yes, sir. For sure.
So where were you? At your parents', or where were you?
So I had a event. I was in my hometown, and just a whole gathering with my family, and it was a good scene. I had a lot of friends, a lot of family, and things like that, and we all gathered around, had food and drinks, and it was a good time.
So I'm never going to get a call like that. Your phone rings. This is Ryan Poles of the Chicago Bears. You want to be a Bear? Yes. You hang up, and then you just turn to, I'm a Bear.
Yep. Put my once I turned around, I was like, I'm a Chicago Bear, and then I hugged my mom, and then it was just a whole.
Did you have the hat?
Yeah, I had
so
the hat.
Okay, I always wanted to know this. Do they send you all 32 hats?
They sent me maybe 18 hats. 18 hats.
And so you picked one that ends up. What do you do with the other hats? Give them away.
Yeah, threw them away pretty much.
I'm not going to wear those anymore.
Yep, don't need them.
So talk to me about coming from Penn State, great program, great coach, James Franklin, and coming here. That's a tradition-based program.
Yep.
There's no more tradition-based team in the NFL than the Chicago Bears. What was that transition like?
I'll say the transition was, it was great because we played against, NFL players, every day at Penn State. So the transition from college to the NFL was a great transition because I was used to playing with players like that. And then the fans, the Bear fans is great here. They're very loud and they care about football. And so it was great.
So last year's a transition year, and now it feels like it's going that way. Kevin Warren's the new president. Ryan Poles has a first-round pick. He just addresses the offensive line. And by the way, I believe Peter Skoronski went right after the Bears pick. So in terms of what you see going on with this team, how exciting is it to be in that building?
It's very exciting. You could just tell there's a different energy in the building, especially with the additions we got. You could just tell the way them guys work. They got a different work ethic, and then it's just a different energy in the building. Like, everybody wants to win. Everybody has a chip on their shoulder, so I feel like it's going to be very different this year.
So Kyler Gordon was here a little while ago. He said the best thing is I don't have to pay for rookie dinners anymore. He goes, Jaquan and I split the bill when you had to take guys out. He goes, I don't have to carry helmets.
Yeah.
They make you do a lot of stuff as a rookie, huh?
I'd say our veterans were, pretty good with us. That we carried their helmets, gave them snacks and things like that, but they were great veterans for us.
What is it like being part of the HITS principle? Do they truly get on you about certain things?
Yeah, they do. They're very detail oriented. They're on it a lot. Make sure we run to the ball. Make sure we're very physical. Make sure we're playing great defense. For the city of Chicago. So I feel like I fit right in.
So at Penn State, they have a place called the Creamery.
Yep.
So I went there to do a basketball game. It's the middle of winter. And everyone's like, dude, you got to go eat ice cream at the Creamery. How much ice cream did you eat at the Creamery? Because that place is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is. I love ice cream, but I really like milkshakes. So I definitely could go for like an Oreo vanilla milkshake, things like that. So
get your milkshakes in
Yeah,
there.
definitely. That's my favorite.
How have you liked the food scene in Chicago?
I like the food a lot. I just haven't really explored Chicago that much, but I love the food a lot so far.
So you live up north near Lake Forest.
Yep.
Do you get in the city much?
Maybe like around game days, and then sometimes, I might come out here and there.
But other than that, you're pretty locked in on your
Yeah.
routine. Are you
Yeah.
a pizza guy?
Yeah, I'm a pizza guy.
Thin, deep dish? What do you like?
Either or, it doesn't matter.
There's no
As
such
long as
thing.
it's good.
No such thing as bad pizza.
Yeah, no such thing.
What is it like playing with Justin Fields? I asked this to Kyler. He talked about his work ethic.
Yeah.
What is it like playing with him?
Just like you said, his work ethic, but the way he carries himself, like in the building. Like usually, you might get some quarterbacks who are over their head or who are too cocky, but he talks to everybody. He talks to the staff, everybody in the building. Just the way he carries himself, he's a great person. And then on the field, he has great work ethic. He's smart, and the sky's the limit for him.
I had a player once tell me, when I look at my quarterback, I have to believe in him. I've got to say, I'm following that dude
Yeah.
because he sets the tempo. Is that Justin Fields?
Yeah, I feel like he sets the tempo, especially the plays he made last year. I feel like he put the team on his back. He made plays by himself, and he's a great athlete. He's a great quarterback, and he's going to show a lot this year.
So you're on the field, you come off, defense is on the sideline, your coaches are talking to you.
Yeah.
And then you hear the crowd roar and oh God, Justin's doing something. Do you get a chance to watch that as a fan?
To be honest, when the coaches are coaching, I just look up at the screen and I'll just be watching him the whole time. And like when he makes plays, I really get up on my seat to watch him. Like, he's a great player for sure.
So your coaches are trying to talk to you about this coverage and this protection, and we're going to do that. And
I
then,
get distracted.
I got you, coach. Yeah, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Definitely get distracted.
There you go. There you go. Fan base is going to fan base. That's what we love about him.
Yeah.
Are you happy Aaron Rodgers is gone, or would you like to have beat his ass?
I would like to have beat his ass again, but we'll see him pretty soon.
Now he's a Jet.
Yeah.
What was it like going up there? Because they don't like us and we don't like them.
Yep.
What was that like?
Just a hostile environment. You can feel the rivalry. You can feel the tension in between the fans and the players, but it's nothing like here though.
It's the best.
Yeah, nothing like here.
Can you imagine what it will be like when the Chicago Bears are playing in a Super Bowl? What this city will be like?
Well, I imagine it's going to happen pretty soon. It's going to happen pretty soon.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. Honestly, I do.
Somebody described you to me, a guy who scouts in the league, said, that kid's a linebacker. That's what he hits like. Where did that come from?
I'll say my older brothers, they played football and they were hard hitters, so I always looked up to them, and I always looked up to players like Sean Taylor and people like that who were very physical. So, and then where I come from, very hard nosed, very hard style football. So I'll say that.
Would you rather cover an elite receiver or come down in the box and make a tackle on a really good back? What's more enjoyable?
I'll say make a big hit on the running back.
Come down on the line of scrimmage in the box.
For sure. Yeah, I like
it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
How tough was the transition from college football to the speed of the NFL?
Like I said, at Penn State, we have a lot of NFL-like players out there. So I'm going against Jahan Dotson, Parker Washington, people like that every day. Pat Fryermuth, and
so it got you ready.
Yeah, so it got me ready, and then the way Coach Franklin runs his program is just how Chicago runs their program. So I feel like I was prepared.
Who were your final schools beside Penn State? What was it down to?
Just Penn State and Alabama. Out of those two schools.
Penn State and Alabama. And why'd you pick Penn State? Closer to home?
No, to change the narrative around defensive backs. One day I was watching the combine and I heard an analyst, say something about the DBs, and Alabama already had established DBs, like obviously Eddie and people like that. So I was like, I want to make my own name.
Right. So I'm going to go play right there. And
Yep.
you came right in and played.
Yep.
Coach Franklin, is there any similarity between him and Coach Eberflus?
Coach Franklin's the offense coach. Eberflus is the defense coach.
How about personality-wise?
Coach Franklin, he
More emotional, right?
he talks to. I'm saying he's a little goofy. And Coach Eberflus is more serious.
How do you like this fan base?
Yeah, I love it a lot.
We're going to find out. I want to get your opinion on what the Packers do here.
Boo.
Lucas Van Ness. So they get the edge rusher out of Iowa. Good football player. Got a really good motor. So Kyler talked about when he had to be in the defensive backfield. He said, you can watch all the film you want. Aaron Rodgers throws a really, really high velocity ball. He's like, that thing comes by you. You're like, wow, that guy still has it at 39. What was that like?
To be honest, he's good with his eyes, but he didn't really complete too many passes on me. And but I feel like he's very smart and he's good with his eyes to, try to move the safety.
Look you off of where he wants to go.
Uh-huh.
Who was the toughest quarterback you faced beside him?
Probably Jalen Hurts.
Pretty
I feel
tough.
like he was pretty balanced and he made some great throws.
He does.
Yeah.
And that's the game he got hurt.
No.
He
Falcons
didn't.
game. Falcons game.
He hurt his shoulder against you
he
guys.
did.
Yeah,
he did.
100%.
He did.
Lamar got paid today.
Yep.
So I asked Kyler this, what is the first thing you bought when you got your money? You got my contract signed.
Yeah.
I'm making good money. Not you want your second contract, that sets you up forever.
Yep.
Did you go buy yourself something? A car? Is there something you got?
Got a house.
You got a house.
Yep.
How about a car?
Got a car too.
What'd you get?
A Mercedes Benz.
That's what Kyler got.
Yeah.
He got an
He wanted to
AMG.
copy me though. That's why.
He
He
what?
wanted to be like me. That's why.
He's copying you.
Yeah.
What is it like, that relationship, you and him?
It's a great relationship. We talk every day. We came in together, so we're very close. And obviously, we want to change things around here. So we got the same mindset, and we want to do a lot of great things here.
You and Eddie Jackson. Is there a better pair of safeties in the National Football League?
No, not at all. I feel like we're the best. And this year, we're going to even prove it a little bit more now that we're comfortable under the system that we're in. And, now we got the players that we need.
It also seems like you guys fit your roles.
Yeah.
A few years ago, they had Eddie and Clinton Dix, but they're basically the same style.
Yeah.
Eddie's more that ball hawker in the back.
Yeah.
You're the guy down in the box tackling running backs.
Yeah.
Sack-wise, you got to the quarterback.
Yeah.
You like getting to the quarterback?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Love sacking the quarterback. Love just helping my team. For sure.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see with Darnell Wright here. Shores up the right side of the offensive line.
Yep.
What do you think Poles does? Did he let you in the war room to see what the board said or no?
No, not at all. I just told him just get defense, but we're going to see later on in the rounds.
I asked Kyler, did he let you in the room? He said, hell no. He's like so secretive about that. You can't come in.
Definitely. No, it's definitely secretive. They're upstairs, so we really try to say little things here and there, but they're going to pick who's best for the team at the end of the day.
Where are you spending your off season prior to going to OTAs and mini camps? Do you stay in Chicago?
No, I went back to Pittsburgh for a little bit. I'm gonna be in Chicago for a little bit too. I'm kind of back and forth.
So you got to go back to family.
Yeah,
and all
family. Really, my trainer though. My trainer that's down there. He's a great trainer. So get there, get in a program with him, and then come back up here and be ready.
Did you get a vacation in after the season? Let the body heal, get some warmth?
I went to California for a little bit, in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is a fun town.
Yeah,
did you lose any money?
No, didn't bet.
Kept it in your pocket.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. You don't have to go to rookie mini camp, but you're going to have mini camp right around the corner.
Yep.
And it feels like there's a vibe about this team. I mean, look at this fan base. I mean, they're so excited. All people want in this town. You could be a Cub fan, a Sox fan. everyone's a Bears fan.
Yep.
Do you feel that?
Yeah, I definitely do feel that, especially when I first came here, and you know, it didn't go too well last year, but the fans were still behind us, and it's gonna be a great season this year. So I can't wait to see how they are this year.
All right, before I let you go, who was your favorite player? You're at Penn State. It's Sunday. You've already had your game, and somebody's going to be on TV. Who did you most want to watch?
Ooh, that's tough. I'll have to say defense or offense.
Offense.
Favorite player on offense? It used to be Antonio Brown. I'll say that. He was a great receiver.
Until he lost his mind.
Yeah.
He was a great player.
He's a great player, though.
Is there a quarterback you liked? Mahomes or Brady?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Pretty amazing. And he always talked about his routine.
Yeah.
Like the Super Bowl ended and he was in the gym 2 days later. He's like, that one's over. I'm trying to get the next one.
Yeah.
That's what it takes, right?
Yeah. His work ethic, the way he carries himself, and the way he rallies his teammates, especially, having people who've been undrafted and things like that. So, I feel like he's a great player.
Well, I appreciate you taking time. How about a hand for Jaquan Brisker of the Chicago Bears? You're a good man. And here's hoping that we're doing a big rally like this before the playoffs.
Yep, for sure. We will.
All right. Best of luck to you.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate you for having me.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We're still going to have the broadcast team. Joniak and Thayer will analyze the Bears pick. It's all coming up. Okay, so the Bears have made their pick. We're going to have Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer here in a few minutes, the broadcast team of the Chicago Bears. That is the head of our company, the great Craig Karmazon, who is a diehard Bears fan.
It is unbelievable. I can't think of an organization that was in a position where you think about where the draft picks they had last year, the lack of cap space, the idea that you don't know if you have a franchise quarterback, and the way Ryan Poles has handled this first 13 months.
Amazing.
I mean, it'd be pretty hard to find a situation where a team has turned their fortunes this quickly, right? To end up with 10 picks, to have your franchise quarterback, and to be in the cap situation that the team's in.
He bit the bullet, he cleaned it out, and now it's going this way. This is Pat, the designer. He does our daily Bears podcast that you need to subscribe to. It is amazing content. Do you like the pick?
I love the pick. You cannot be a Chicago Bears fan here today and be upset that the Bears are doing something different. Jalen Carter going to the Chicago Bears would have been the same thing that we've seen for the last 60, 70
I did not want
years.
him.
Character issues, I think he's going to be a really good player. I think Philly's got the infrastructure to turn him into the player he's going to be.
Agree.
Perfect, right? We need to protect our quarterback. There is no time last season where you looked at Justin Fields and you were like, man, this guy's safe. I love what he's doing back there. He's got time to throw the football. He doesn't have to vacate the pocket. He got hit so much, he started to take off when the pocket was actually clean. You don't want him to start seeing ghosts. You don't want him to start seeing ghosts. Which one was that? That was one of the bad Jets quarterbacks that said that. I'm seeing ghosts.
Mike White said, I'm seeing ghosts.
Was that Mike White? I thought that was one of their rookie quarterbacks.
Oh, no, it was
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Was it Zach Wilson? They're all
Zach
bad
Wilson
anyway.
said, I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah, they're all bad. But here's the thing, right? If you are trying to move into the future where the Chicago Bears have an offense, Cap, when's the last time you saw an offense?
Long time.
When's the last time you saw an offense? I want offense. I want 35 points, but I also want my quarterback to be alive.
How exciting was it to see DJ Moore here?
I mean,
you think about what this offense could be.
Yeah.
I mean, again, what's the last offense that had you excited like this Chicago Bears offense could be?
Oh, boy. I'd have to go back probably 95 when they had Curtis Conway, Jeff Graham, and Eric
They both
Kramer.
went for 1,000 yards, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's the last time.
I think that this Bears team is finally doing it the right way. They're not rushing it. They're not sitting here trying to make the Bear pick.
Right. They didn't try to win.
They didn't try to win the draft. They
Correct.
made
They
the
just
right
made a
pick.
smart, intelligent, we're getting that guy. That's it.
Yep. And by the way, Mark Chmura, Green Bay Packer Hall of Famer. I was just on the radio with him in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He said, do Bears fans realize that they're finally doing it the right way now?
Correct.
He's like, are they appreciating that they have someone who's actually doing it the right way now? Because we see it. They're doing it the right way.
They're building it. They're building it. And they've got all these good young players. And now they're going to I think they're going to make a trade in the second round to get more capital.
See, the only thing I said, I could see trading up to get a corner. I think they want a corner. That's the one position. And you guys know it better than I do.
We got 53, 61, 64, right?
Correct.
That's how our draft
They
goes.
need another corner.
I agreed.
Because Kyler Gordon's your nickel. They need another starting corner.
I agree with you. I think that you have to address that at some point. I think corner will be there. I think there's some guys deeper in this draft you can still go get at the cornerback position. I think there's still some defensive linemen that you got to go get.
Well, I want to know when Nolan Smith's going, because if he's on the board in the mid-20s, I'm trading back up to get that kid.
Yeah. Here's the real question, right? When do we address D-line? I love the offensive line. I love the pick, right? Justin's protected.
Right.
Hopefully he doesn't. When do we address D-line?
But D-line's the kind of thing you could address. I mean, remember, this isn't a year with 6 picks, right? With 10 picks, you could draft 2 or 3 guys. You could use the 4th round pick you got from the Eagles. Like, it's not the pressure.
Well, that's next year's.
Right?
That's
next year, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the pressure you feel. I think they have the Eagles' 4th round pick already this year. But there's not the pressure when you have 10 picks.
You're right. From the Quinn trade, we do have the Eagles' 4th round.
So they have the Eagles from last. So you could try 2 or 3 defensive linemen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at that position that you do that.
And you also picked up an extra fourth tonight in the Jalen Carter deal.
Yeah, I love it. I think that here's the one thing I can't say about Ryan Poles. There's not many deals that he's made that I look at and I go, I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how that's going to fit.
I got to see the Claypool one turn out. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, right? You bring in DJ Moore. Now Claypool gets to be what he was in Pittsburgh. And if he is as good as the number 2 as he was in Pittsburgh when Ben Roethlisberger still could deliver the football to him, I can live with that. I'm okay with that. Or if Darnell Mooney turns into the 2, he's your number 3, I can live with that even more. Sure, the capital's high, but if he's catching touchdowns, who cares about the capital?
Have you guys have you guys kind of given up on, Mooney, think about the flashes when he's looked good, how good he has looked. That's part of when I think about what this offense is. And I love Foreman, like how hard he runs.
He does.
This offense, has legit weapons.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, Darnell Mooney's in the final year of his deal.
Yep.
He wants $15 million a year. Do you trade him to try and get draft capital, or figure it out after the season? It's a great question.
Here's what I'll say.
Question.
Here's what I'll say to that. How good of a rapport has he built with Justin? Because him and Justin are like this.
I can't pay my number 3 receiver $15 million a year. I can't.
It depends on what he's doing next
And I
season,
want
right?
Marvin Harrison Jr. next year.
I'm all for going out and adding more weapons. I want to see the Bears add as many weapons as possible, but I also want my quarterback to feel comfortable in that pocket. And being comfortable usually means you're throwing the guys that you're comfortable throwing to.
And are you
can
convinced
trust.
Mooney's not your number 2?
I'm not.
I'm not.
I just think he got hurt.
I don't know. And if I can get Marvin Harrison and DJ Moore, now I can play with anybody.
Even in that situation, then now you're talking about possibly having a Bengals situation where you got a 1, a 2, and a 3.
That's true.
I'm not mad at having weapons.
I think that's the new NFL.
I'm not mad at having weapons.
I think a third receiver is part of your starting lineup now, right?
Correct.
So a third receiver isn't a luxury.
Yeah.
I get on worrying about 15 million, but the cap's continuing to go up.
Yeah.
That's not a crazy number. Everything Ryan Poles has done has been looking to the future. I think we just don't know when and some teams never stop doing that,
Yeah,
right? The Patriots always did that. Patriots were always opportunistic, and their fan base was upset about it until they started to see the value of that, right?
100%. Who are the Seahawks taking? They're on the clock right now at pick 20, and I believe Nolan Smith is still on the board.
Nolan Smith.
I would trade back up to get that kid. He is a beast and a wonderful leader.
Hey, listen, I want somebody to make Jaquan life over there a lot easier. I want somebody on that defensive line to make his life a lot easier.
That would help. That would help.
You know what I mean? Like 10 sacks from our D-line last year, I believe. We got to up that.
Yeah.
10 sacks from our defensive line, and he had 4 of them.
I think the Bears had 20 as a team. The Eagles had 72, I think.
Yeah.
Crazy. The Seahawks
Jackson
select.
Smith and Jigba to the Seattle Seahawks.
There you go.
You like that?
Oh, he's a solid football player.
Solid player. I like it.
He is. Number 20, there are a lot of people that thought he was going to go much higher than that.
Yeah.
I didn't. But there are a lot.
I feel like he needed to go to a situation where he's going to be afforded the opportunity to adjust to the NFL.
Well, now he's got DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett.
Exactly.
Now they've got what you're talking
Your
about.
third weapon.
Three
It's
weapons.
your third weapon. And here's the thing, Kat. Hopefully Carolina loses a lot of games next season. So Marvin Harrison is still in play, and we have 2 number 1s. He's the kind of wide receiver that you trade 2 number 1s to go get.
Agreed. 100%.
So Carolina right now, if you look at the over-under in Vegas, they would have the 10th pick of the draft.
Yeah.
So that would be the 10th pick right now.
What
Carolina.
about the Bears?
The 9th pick of the draft.
Oh.
So have 9 and 10.
Yeah. So they would be 9 and 10 as of right now if you go by Vegas. Now that's before the draft tonight. So we'll see how that changes based on what
Who's
teams
getting
did.
the number 1 pick based on that?
The Arizona Cardinals
I
are
can see that.
are number 1 on the
When's-
board.
when's
right now.
Kyler
and they've
supposed to
got a
come back?
$230 million quarterback,
Like-
and they're still number 1.
When's he supposed to come back, though?
Middle of the
Yeah,
season.
he's not. And then he's got to work himself back into
And if
it.
your team is no good, you might sit him longer.
They'll pick a direction. They'll pick a direction.
So
They'll probably,
to me, the interesting pick of the draft, there are 2 interesting picks, right? Richardson at 4 and Bijan at 8, right? Those are the 2 guys, right? You have a guy in Florida
Richardson surprised me.
who wasn't that good seemingly of a college quarterback.
He's a great
and
athlete.
then you have guys saying he's Michael Vick with Brett Favre's arm, right? That's what some NFL scouts
Correct.
are saying. So you have Richardson at 4, and then you have a running back going at 8 in a league that is completely theoretically devalued and said running backs are interchangeable and they're most valuable in their rookie year and then go down from there.
Yeah.
So those two guys, I think, are going to be the stories and the guys we're really looking at of what kind of impact they make.
I was telling the story. I was in Las Vegas in early March with my wife. We're playing blackjack. There's no one else at the table with us. Guy says, "Can I sit down?" Yeah, sit down. What do you do? He said, "I'm just moving to Vegas." My wife, who's in the restaurant business, says, "Oh, are you in the service industry?" "No, I'm a football coach." Turns out he's an NFL passing game coordinator. We hang with him, and I asked him, "Who's the best quarterback in the draft?" "Bryce Young?" He said, "No, Anthony Richardson, and it's not close." He said, "Give him 2 years, he's an all-pro." That's what he thinks.
People either think he's the best quarterback in the draft
Or the worst.
Or, I mean, it actually, I haven't heard opinions like this since probably like Johnny Manziel, right? Where some people are like, "Oh, pick him number 1," and some people are like, "If you pick him in the first 5 rounds,"
right?
Like, I mean, that's how strongly you heard things about Richardson.
The opinions are so wide.
I think the difference there is, right, he's going to a situation now, completely new system, right? But he's got a run game. He's got wide receivers to throw to. He's got a decent bit of protection standing around them. And he's got athleticism. I think he's in the perfect
situation. And he's got a character.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the character flaws.
Yeah.
You're right. So.
I think he's in the perfect situation for him to go out there and have his best opportunity of being successful versus guys like C.J. Stroud, versus guys like Bryce Young, where I look at it and I'm like, okay, you're there, but what else is there?
Right, but it's also, does that mean you're playing your first year and are you better off? Right, like, do we feel different about Jordan Love playing in year 4 than if he had to play in year 1?
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's such a big part of the quarterback position is when do you get forced into playing, right?
Well, these guys are going to play. Who's ahead of them? Yeah, I mean,
Right.
like the Davis Mills has already been talked about as being in trade packages.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
All these guys, there's no Aaron Rodgers in front of them, right?
They get the opportunity.
And obviously they tried to do it with Justin here, and it just wasn't going to work. He was going to get on the field.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Let's do it.
If Nolan Smith is still sitting there 1 or 2 picks more, the Bears are trading back in to get him.
I wouldn't be mad at that. I think the gap between 9 and 53 is too great. There's too many players that are going to come off the board.
Really good players
in
on the
between.
board.
Yeah.
Really good.
And not
But
to say
is there
I don't
anything. I know you would want to do that, but is there anything we've seen from Ryan Poles in his 2 drafts to think he would be that aggressive and do that and give up draft capital to do that?
I think
this is the first time we've seen him have a first round
now
pick.
he has picks, right?
Right. And I think the thing is really, right, like, can you afford to get rid of guys that are going to be starters the day that they step on the field? There's a lot of guys that are going between 9 and 53 that are going to be starting on this Chicago Bears team if they were playing, right? If we draft them, day 1. They're going to be looked at as number 1 on the depth chart. So to me, I think that gap's too great. I would love to see him trade back in. I don't know if he trades.
See, and
What do you think? What's that going to cost you, though, going all the way back up? Maybe you just give him the 4th you just got, I guess.
Or maybe you give him 2 twos.
2 twos. You got 3.
I'd rather have 2 twos than 1 at this point of the draft.
Unless there's a player that
blue
you
chip.
are in love with.
Yeah.
That's the question.
And I think the thing with where the Bears are now is I think we have, right, they call them blue chip players. I think we have blue chip caliber players, but we don't have the players that turn them into blue chip players, right? I think Tremaine Edmonds is going to be a dog in this Bears defense. I think TJ Edwards can be a dog in this Bears defense. I don't know if they're going to be that if they're fighting for their lives.
All right, I'm going to
the
leave it to the
defensive end.
experts. I'm going to leave you guys, but my last question is, if the Chicago Bears with their next selection go offensive line again, will you say the same reaction? That is, of course, what they should be doing. We're protecting Justin. That is the franchise. That's what we're doing. Or are you disappointed if they go offensive line back-to-back?
I'm not
first and second?
disappointed.
You can't be.
I want an iron gate in front of him.
Yeah. You can't be, right? Because here's the thing. I love what we're building. I like the names that we have right now, right? Nate Davis, Tevin Jenkins. I think you got really good
Another
guys
receiver off
on the
board.
offensive line.
Quentin
Quentin Johnston going to the Chargers.
Right.
That makes sense.
Which
that makes
might
sense.
mean either Mike Williams or Keenan Allen gets released in a June 1 cut down.
I think that's your Mike Williams cut down right there. I really do. I think he replaces Mike Williams really well.
That kid's a really good receiver.
I don't know if he's the best receiver in the draft, but I do like him.
Well,
All right. Well, thanks for having me, guys. And
thank you, boss. You're the man.
Love
welcome
having
to
you
the
here, man.
squad.
Great to be with you.
Yes.
All right, so we are going to see what the Bears do before we wrap things up here. I'm just telling you, don't be shocked if they trade back up.
Is it a feeling in your bones or a feeling in your phone? Those are two very different feelings. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Is it a feeling? Is it the knee or is it the pocket? You know what I mean?
You're the man.
Whoa, I wasn't talking about that pocket. Relax, bud. Take it easy there. I just think drafting or trading back up into this draft, if they did take an offensive lineman, while I like what we're building here, Tevin Jenkins hasn't been healthy, right? Lucas Patrick isn't healthy. We can sit here and speculate about what our starting lineup's going to be and feel great about it. That doesn't mean that they'll be out there.
All right. Make sure you follow Pat, the designer, our Bears podcast every day.
Appreciate you guys,
and we'll
man.
see you in the morning on Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. Bear down.
Bear down. Tune in tomorrow. Tommy Waddle on the show with me. Tune in.
You got it. Take that.